We are recording.
You say it's all right to begin, Greg?
Yep, it started to record. We're good to go.
Thank you. Must be the full moon. All right, we'll get started. Good evening, folks. Welcome to the West Rock Hill Township Board of Supervisors meeting of 17 November 2021. For those new to our meetings, I'm David Collingwood, Chairman of the Board of Supervisors. I'm joined by fellow supervisors, Mr. Jim Miller, Vice Chair, and member Jay Kaiser. I'll call tonight's meeting to order with the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Lippincott, there you go. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'll continue. This meeting is being held virtually and will be recorded. At its conclusion, Mr. Lippincott will post the meeting on the Township's YouTube channel. A link to the meeting can be found on the Township's website at www.westrockhilltownship.org. I'd like to remind everyone that we will be following the West Rock Hill Township policies for public meetings and the rules that apply as listed on page 2 of the meeting agenda. Please silence your cell phones and mute your computers until you wish to speak. Are there any public comments on agenda items as listed? If so, please state your name and address.
Now, this is Charles D. So I'm assuming I get to mine when it comes up under item 4. Is that true or not?
Yes, you are on the agenda and you will
Okay.
be recognized when we get to confirmed appointments.
Okay, fine. Just want to make sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Announcements. The Board of Supervisors will have an executive session following tonight's meeting to discuss personnel, legal, and real estate matters. We'll now move on to the consent agenda, which includes the October 2021 meeting minutes, the WIM plan review status, escrow release and vouchers, the emergency services report, building zoning and building permit report, public works report, 2022 water protection agreements for signature with Telford, Trumbowersville, Tylersport, and the Conservation Committee report, Treasurer's report, and payment of bills. And with that, we'll ask Mr. Lippincott to review the Treasurer's report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll read the West Rock Hill Treasurer's report for October 31st. General Fund, $686,937.70. Highway Aid, $226,161.34. Open Space, $1,234,908.87. The Park Fund, $32,365.65. The Equipment Fund, $34,048.40. Highway Capital, $129.81. Streetlight, $36,374.40. The General Fund Reserve, $394,429.59. The American Rescue Plan Fund, $273,414.56. Open Space Manderfield, $51,377.48. The Sewage Maintenance Fund, $182,747.88. The Stormwater Fund, $8,331.63. And the escrow funds, $2,383,163.53.
Thank you, Mr. Lippincott. Are there any comments or questions by the Board of Supervisors on the consent agenda?
None.
I have none. I make a motion for approval.
Thank you.
I'll-
Yes.
I'll second it.
Thank you. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, the consent agenda is approved as presented. We'll now move on to confirmed appointments. The first one is for the Penridge Community Center donation request. E.B. Schreimeyer is listed as the person presenting, but I think we have a stand-in. Is it Mr. Lippincott or is it Mr. Nyman?
It is Mr. Nyman, and he's still having trouble getting on the call. So maybe we could start with the second.
We can do that. We can move, we'll just flip the positions. Thank you. So, Mr. Charles Dietzold, Trash Service, Indian Rock Road, you have 5 minutes.
5 minutes, okay. I sent a letter in, basically, it outlined what our position, where we're at today. We have no trash hauler willing to collect trash on our road. We have seven residents here in Indian Rock, and Waste Management serviced our road for 33 years and abruptly ended on August 15th. Ironically, they sent me a loyalty letter asking me to continue to service them on June 23rd, and less than 2 months later, they canceled us on 1 day's notice. We contacted Whitetail, and they started to do our lane as well. Initially, they came down, gave us our containers. Shortly after that, they made a call to us and said, okay, we have to send a smaller truck down there. And we all agreed and paid additional money. I don't know if it was a week later, they came back and said, we don't want to service your area. We have safety concerns with your street. And basically, they just stopped, just like Waste Management. So here we sat with basically no trash collection. We contacted Del Garrigo, I guess it's called, JP Massaro Brothers, Republic. Republic actually cuts off 1 block before Indian Rock Road, Sterners Road, which is probably less than 100 yards from our road. We have all kinds of excuses we've gotten, safety concerns being the last. This development was approved some 34 years ago, and the road and Finland Road, nothing has changed in those 34 years. So I'm not sure what changed or why they decided not to do it, but they stopped doing it. Now, my understanding was, and I brought it up last meeting, was that West Rock Hill is not in compliance with Act 101 and 140 and Ordinance 202. And because we're all required to have a trash hauler. We discussed it briefly at the last Supervisors meeting, and Ms. Ellerby, I guess, Mr. Lippincott, looking for a solution. Can you please give me an update on where you sit versus that solution?
Is that the end of your presentation?
No, it's not. I can't ask a question or what?
You may ask a question. I think it's better if you would just finish your, and then we'll get.
My question basically is where we are with that solution. And the fact that we're not, or West Rock Hill is not in compliance, have you made that known to the county and to the state? Has anybody from the West Rock Hill visited a road to see whether in fact it's safe or unsafe? I have a lot of questions. I'd like to know exactly what you've been doing in the last month to help this situation.
Greg, did you want to take that, or do you want me to take that?
Sure. Well, what I have done is I met with Whitetail. I met with them personally, asking them what their concerns are. How can we get you service? I even met with them and asked them if they would bring out, small pickup trucks. Their concern is a safety issue. Their issue is pulling out of that and having a clear sight distance, turning to the left. They said they would provide service if you would take the trash cans across the street to the other side of Finland Road. Other than that, they were not interested in servicing it. They told me that. I have since then contacted Republican, trying to get Republic to get them to service you. We've had a back and forth, and they haven't made a final determination whether or not they would service you. But I'm trying to work with them to get them to service you.
Okay, a couple of points of reference. I mean, Whitetail, I had my roof removed today, and right now I have a dumpster sitting in my driveway that Whitetail delivered. Somehow, some way, it was safe enough to bring a dumpster down my lane, but right now they can't bring a small pickup truck. Something doesn't smell right. And beyond that, let me tell you about going across the street on Finland Road. When we moved here, my initial address was 444 Finland Road, not 1025 Indian Rock Road. The Postal Service came to us and asked us if it would be all right if we would allow them to deliver mail on our road because it was much safer than the postal truck parking out on where they want us to put our garbage trucks now. So, I mean, these people are making excuses. I mean, if you tell me a dumpster comes down here, they can't bring a small pickup truck, let them explain that, please.
And Greg did reach out to them to find out why they did that. And they said that the order for the dumpster truck went in through the contractor. It's something they missed. They consider that a mistake they won't make again. In addition to what Greg has been doing for the last month, Steve and I have been going through the plans that created your subdivision and to see what we could do about improving the site distance, since everything that we're being told is that when they're pulling out back onto Finland Road from Indian Rock, the site distance to the left is very dangerous. And we looked to see if there was anything we could do, if there was a clear site triangle shown on that plan to see if we could compel the removal of the brush. But the road is at the very edge of your subdivision, and the property that has the brush that's creating the site problem is actually an adjacent property owner. But we did notice that there was a private road that came in from lot 1 of, and I'm not sure which of you lives in lot 1 at this point.
It's different. Okay.
That serves his property. It's not a perfect solution and it won't work for all of you, but maybe if you could take your trash there, it would be safer than just pulling it across the street. We don't think it's safe for you to just put your trash across the street from Indian Rock Road. Greg is still trying to reach out to Republic to get answers. We're still trying to find a solution, but our ordinance requires that every resident have trash service. We can't compel private companies to serve somewhere where they make an argument that it's not safe. We don't license the trash companies, DEP does. So we're going to try and work through them too. But an argument from a trash hauler that it is not safe for them to make a left-hand turn onto Finland Road is an argument that we're going to have a lot of difficulty overcoming.
Well, let me ask you this. Why for 34 years did Waste Management come down this road and collect trash without a issue?
I can't possibly answer that.
Well, I mean, obviously they did it without an issue for 34 years. Now all of a sudden it's a problem.
And if it was just them, it would be more of a compelling argument. But trash haulers want business. And if Whitetail won't do it, or Delgaricos won't do it, and Mascara won't do it, it kind of lends some credence to the fact that it is a safety issue turning out from Indian Rock Road.
Well, aren't you going to correct the safety issue or not?
First, it's a private road. So
well, that's fine, but it's still a safety issue.
The safety issue is that the site distance
I understand.
to the left is dangerous. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
That's okay. No, I understand that. I understand what you're saying. But we have UPS trucks. We have Federal Express trucks. We have Amazon trucks. We have furniture deliveries. We have a lot of things that come up and down this road on a daily basis. Never an issue. Now, all of a sudden, they're telling you they can't send a pickup truck or anything down here to pick up garbage. That's absolutely ridiculous.
Mr. Chairman, may I speak?
Yes,
Okay.
you may, certainly.
All right. Thank you. This is Jay Kaiser, one of the supervisors. In my experience, and I'm not saying that this is the case there, but over the past 30 years, trash trucks have been changed in their configuration in the way they are built today, and they have things that stick out the front further. I'm not making an excuse for this, but in my experience in seeing this every day on the road as a professional driver, I'm wondering if that's why they're calling it a safety issue, because the trucks today are longer in the front or have things that stick out.
I understand that, but go ahead.
Okay. I was going to say, has anybody asked that question, if that was the reason why or not?
Well, they came down initially, they had that truck and they said they were going to asked us to take a smaller truck, a special truck to come down. This was Whitetail. And I agreed to pay $45. I think everyone agreed to pay $45 more than the normal fee for a special truck, they called it, to come down. A truck similar to what has always come down this road, the old style, not with the new front loaders and things like that. And we all agreed. And then even with that, they came back a week later and said, no, thank you. Now, right now, Whitetail and basically Waste Management have sucked up all the small trash haulers, and they're basically got a quasi monopoly. I mean, one of these days they're going to do other people. They're going to do the same problem with other people. When do you stop it?
Well, I will share with you. Yeah. I just want to share with you too. I live on Ridge Road, and I've had the same, they still pick mine up, but I've had weeks where they didn't take my recycling, sometimes till Saturday. I have had weeks where they didn't take it at all. And then I've had weeks where they didn't take the trash till the next day, and they were supposed to take it on a Wednesday morning. So I do understand. I do share my same concerns with you as far as gobbling up. I had a different carrier too, and Whitetail bought them out. And I never had a problem before this, but I do have a problem with Whitetail myself right now. And as Greg will tell you, I have indicated concerns to him numerous times. So I do share and understand your feelings. I do think that we need to continue to try to look towards helping you out the best we can.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, this road was here 34 years. Nothing's changed. If there were site issues, they existed 34 years ago. Someone approved this parcel of land and allowed 4 houses to be developed on the land. And basically, it was good then, and it should be good today. If it's not good today, someone should make accommodations to make sure that we have a safe entry and exit from our property.
Mr. Chairman, may I make a comment?
You may.
Thank you. Getting back to the issue of site distance that Mary Everly mentioned, and Greg Lippincott also, we found the original PennDOT permit for this driveway. As it's, Finland Road is the state road. This private road needed a PennDOT permit when it was built. And that PennDOT permit made note of the necessity to clear the site distance to the left at that entrance. If this were a township road, if this were, Sterner's Road, and we had a concern with site distance, the township would go out and clear the vegetation. But this Indian Rock is a private road, similar to a private driveway, and it's the property owner or the community that maintains a private road has to maintain that vegetation for site distance.
The vegetation is not on our lane. It's to the left of our lane is what you're talking about. It's not on our property.
Correct, but your PennDOT permit required that to be kept open. If you need to talk to the
And we're
adjoining
supposed to do
property,
that as owning the private road. We're supposed to take care of that.
yes.
That's the first I've heard of that. Can I see that documentation? Under right to know law, I have an opportunity. I want to be able to see everything that you're talking about.
I'm sure that we'll give you anything you want without the need for a right to know law request. We're trying to help you work through this problem. We're not trying to stonewall you.
Well, what do we do as having no trash collection? What would you do if you had no trash collection? Let me ask you that.
I do exactly the same things we're doing for you. I would try and contact every trash company. I would try and find out why they didn't want to serve me, and I would do my best to try and remedy the problem. And that's exactly what the township's trying to help you with.
Well, when are you going to remedy? Let me ask you that. I mean, here we go. I mean, am I allowed to burn my trash? It's against the law, right? I understand that, but what solution do you have for me that I can't get trash collected?
All right, Mr. DeFoe, we are trying our best to work through this and resolve the problem. We have the attorney working on it, we have the township engineer working on it, and we have the township manager working on it, and we will continue to work on it. Your time has expired. We will need to move on with our meeting. We will definitely be in touch with you. We will work with you. We'll figure a way to make this work for you and your neighbors.
Well, I gladly
Right.
hope that happens soon because obviously, trash is piling up. And
Thank you very much.
May I speak? Do I have a chance to speak here?
Who would like to speak?
My name is Larry Rizzi. I'm the Dietzel's neighbor. I
All
live
right,
at 1040.
you take a minute and have your say, and then we're moving on.
I just want to say, I have a back problem. I can't haul the trash barrels all the way out to Finland Road. I have a neighbor who's 84 years old. She can't do it. Of course, there's the Dietzels, and then there's Michaela. So there's only four of us, and like Charlie said, we've had these. Each time a company that picked up our trash, they were bought out. So until it was only Whitetail and Waste Management. And now they decide, oh, it's too dangerous. It wasn't dangerous for 34 years. Like Charles said, you have UPS, you have the mail trucks, you have FedEx, you have all the deliveries coming in and out, never a complaint. I don't understand why, and Waste Management cut us off without saying a word. They just stopped picking us up. They just stopped picking it up. And then they said it was dangerous. I can understand the trucks are so much bigger than the old trucks, but they also, I've been on the road, they still use the old style trucks. And they originally said they were use those old style trucks to pick up our trash. Then they decided they didn't want to do that. It's basically thumbing their nose at the four of us. So now I have to bundle up my recycle, bring it over to the Telford transfer station and throw it in a dumpster. So that's a half-hour round trip by putting the recycle in my trunk. And then I have to get, once a month, we have to get 1-800-GOT-JUNK to pick up the garbage. They say they're doing us a favor. That's not what they do. I'm waiting for them to cut us off. So we're pretty much stuck. I don't understand.
You are not stuck. The township is, as I explained to Charles, the township solicitor and the engineer and the manager are all working towards a resolution, and we'll definitely be getting back to you and continue to try and work this out. Thank you very much. We're going to move on now to the Penridge Community Center donation request, and I believe Mr. David Nyman is here to make that presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to start the presentation by apologizing. This is the fifth one of these I've done for municipality in the last 2 months. And it's the first one where I saw on the agenda a request for a donation. We appreciate everything the township does for the center, but the purpose of our report in the fall is to give you an annual report, which I believe you have a copy of.
Correct.
I'd like to just highlight some of the things in that report, if I may. First of all, the center is a full, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I said you have 5 minutes. You may.
Thank you, Dave. The center is a full service center servicing the Penridge School District in Telford. We have a new manager, that's Peggy Lewis. We have a new assistant manager, that's Carol Tyson. Our building was built in 2007. And as most of you know, building which is getting to be that age, we're starting to have some maintenance issues and some upkeep issues. We have a state-of-the-art kitchen. We did install 2 new stoves just before the pandemic. We have areas for billiards, chair volleyball, arts and crafts, conference room, and a library and offices. We have a community room called the Legacy Room. I'd like to refer to that in a minute or two more. We have a climate-controlled, handicapped accessible building with a generator. We have extended hours during foul weather as a shelter for our seniors. Our attendance continues to grow. Our membership is $16. Programs that we provide include health screenings, tax preparation, insurance counseling, and numerous evening dances. We have subsidized lunch programs, including in-house lunches and Meals on Wheels. And our in-house lunches and our Meals on Wheels were the only part of our program we were able to maintain during the pandemic. We have educational programs and forums such as Rent Rebate and PACE. We have a computer education program offering instruction in office programs, nutritional programs for seniors. We also have iPads for seniors to use. We have activities including chair volleyball, arts, and billiards. We have a nutrition program. We have an AARP driving class, which we use to help seniors lower their auto insurance. We are the only facility in the Penridge area providing for the recreational needs of those 55 and over. Financially, we have limited resources from the state and county. This county provides us with a salary for our manager, our assistant manager, and some of our insurance. All the other income that we use in our center is from donations, fundraisers, grants, and rentals. Going back to the legacy room, that is a primary source of revenue for the center. We use that for bridal parties, baby showers, birthday parties, etc. During the pandemic, that was a source of revenue which we totally did not have available to us. And for the generous contributions of each of our 8 municipalities in the Penridge School District. All of our operational expenses and mortgages and our mortgage is raised locally. Our mortgage is $1,059 a month. Our operational expenses in the budget, which I shared with you for 2021-22, we do have the calendar year used by the county, is $197,290. And if you look at that we're looking at a deficit of about $18,000, but we'll raise that money. I'm on the advisory board, and that's part of my job. Some of the activities that we've done in the last 6 months since we reopened in September, we had a blood drive. We've hosted the Bucks County Senior Games for billiards and pinochle. We have lunchtime presentations and entertainment funded by the annual Keenan Foundation grant for programs and outreach. We have increased intergenerational activities with Central Middle School. They provide a Veterans Day program, which we participate in. They also invite us to their musical and to their holiday concert. We have increased website visits. We have special programs such as penny parties, baseball day, library activities, veterans breakfast, ice cream socials, and a tea party. We have designer bingo program for a fundraiser. We have soup and sandwich luncheons, and we have shredding events. Planned activities for the coming year include chair volleyball, pottery, knitting, and fun with math. Again, we want to thank you and all the other municipalities, not only for your generous financial contributions, but also when we do go for a grant or we do have other needs, each of you have allowed us to, or shared with us letters of recommendation and support, and also allowed us to link to your website and have our members be able to access all the information on your website. If you have any questions about the center, I'd be happy to try to answer them.
I would ask if there's any comments or questions by the Board of Supervisors.
I have no questions or comments, but I will say that I think it's an excellent facility, and I think we should be on a regular basis supporting them.
I think we do. This is Jay Kaiser. Dave Nyman, you did a wonderful job presentation there. We all know how well that community is run. And I do think, and I know that we have always supported them. We have not locked in on a solid number though, because sometimes there are revenue issues. Now, we don't have revenue issues every year, but if you lock in on a number, then you're stuck with paying that number all the time. And as I looked a couple of years ago, we did a look at every township, what they gave. And I think we're pretty good in line with what we had given in the past. There was one year we dipped to what Hilltown has given. And I don't know if Hilltown changed their contribution, but they do have 19,000 people in their township as compared to 6,000 in our township. So thank you very much for that presentation.
And Jay, thank you very much. Whatever the donations, whatever the contributions, we appreciate it all. Just as an aside, yep. I know that Dublin this year threw some money at us from their ARP money because of the revenue we lost. So if that's a possibility, we would appreciate that also. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nyman. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. With that, we will move on to committee reports, the Planning Commission report by Mr. Chris Durstein.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Planning Commission met last Tuesday. We had one applicant that was Salapio Homes with their Green Top Road subdivision. This property is at the corner of Green Top and Catch Basin Roads. It's in the RC district, and it's 18.25 acres. They are proposing a 7-lot subdivision with single-family homes served with on-lot sewer and water. 2 of the lots being lane lots. So they had a handful of engineering issues that they're going to address, including possible road widening, street lighting, drainage improvements. They had some skewed lot lines, which they would need a waiver for. One of the interesting things is this property abuts the Huntsberger property, which is in a conservation, conservation easement. So it was suggested that they include a trail to connect to the Huntsberger property, which all the planning commission members agreed that would be a nice feature to continue if we ever get a trail down through the Huntsberger property. So, I mean, that's basically it in a nutshell. PC tabled this until they come back with some more information, but I'm sure we're going to see them back probably next month, or I don't know if it'll be in for next month, but probably in January. So that was it for Sal Lapio for now. Do you have any questions on that one?
I have one, if I may, Mr. Chairman.
You may.
Okay. Chris, the lane lots that you said, 2 of them are lane lots. Are
Yes.
they shared driveways by any chance?
You know what? I don't remember. Steve, you got input on that?
They are not shared driveways. Everyone has an individual driveway.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Important.
Okay, that's the only question I had.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
No.
All right, I'll move on. So we also had discussion about the comprehensive plan and the action items that are listed on the plan. We had talked about this a little while ago, and Planning Commission member John Swearduck put together a spreadsheet of these outstanding actions, and he's volunteered to coordinate an effort to complete some or all of these listed items. So Greg and Steve had made some suggestions on how to move forward, and we'll provide some further information on for us to consider. So I think John's really motivated to spearhead this and get things rolling, and he's sparked interest with the rest of us on the planning commission. So hopefully we'll see some action coming down the road here sooner than later.
That's great. Thank you, John.
Yeah, thank you, John. Yeah, he really he got the spark. So, that one other note was, one of the members had brought up the fact that we had touched on the cul-de-sac issue. We had talked about that at a previous meeting with no real resolution. So we need to get back on that as well. So that is all I have for you tonight. If you have any questions, I'll try to answer them for you. Otherwise, that's my report.
Comments or questions by the Board of Supervisors?
I have none.
None from,
All right.
I have none.
Hearing none, we will look for a motion and a second to approve.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second it.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
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 Thank you. The Planning Commission report is approved as presented. We will now move on to Park and Rec. Mr. David Rice.
All right. So 2021 came upon us, and we kind of knocked it out of the park with a good fishing derby. We went to movie in the park. Kind of got a little rain there, but we finished strong with September Fest, which was a huge success in our eyes and our views. We had a lot of people come out, share, and enjoy the events that we had. It was a great day. Like I said, the weather was beautiful. We had a lot of people come out and share with us. We looked at 2022 as some scheduled events. We have a fishing derby on the calendar for April 23rd, 2022. We're looking at a farmer's craft flea market, maybe on May 21st, 2022. We're looking at another movie in a park night, August 13th, 2022. September Fest, September 25th, 2022. So we have those on the calendar already. We have a couple items on the list. I will send you the official list. Greg, sorry, I just realized it when I printed it out today. I got to send that to you guys so you have a list of budget items that we're looking for expenditures from our budget. A microphone was having issues, or cordless mic was having issues, so we're going to look to either get it fixed or replaced. We're looking to replace 4 trees in the park this year. 2 are going to be in section number 6, and 2 cherry trees are going to be in section number 9. Section number 9 is right in front of the tree plan. It's right between the walking path and the parking lot. Section number 6 is actually right off of Ridge Road. There's 2 areas where there's trees. So we'd be looking to replace those 2 along Ridge Road with 2 red maple trees and the 2 cherry trees along item number 9. Shed repairs, as the bottom, it constantly gets rain. Well, I should say the rain kicks up on T111, and it's getting pretty damaged pretty well. So we're looking at maybe cutting the bottom of the T111 off, replacing the T111 and putting siding on it and making it look appropriate to what we should have there at the park. And then 2 bench maintenance, 2 benches. We're going to look to restore the wood on those. Let's see. We're looking to actually also another item on the list. Doug Hansen has been an alternate for, I think, probably 2 years. We're going to look to remove him from that list because he has not been in attendance. So we're going to request to do that. Let's see what else. Cabinet space, the glass space. Where do we stand on that? And I think that was it, actually. Actually, no, I'm sorry. I missed one thing. Steve or Greg, I'll be asking because we're going to start looking at the other side of the Ridge Road to start planning for the walking paths and stuff like that, and start just getting ideas so we can create a plan since we're almost full on the other side of the actual James Memorial Park side. So we're looking at the other side. So I'll probably be asking Greg or Steve for those plans again. I have them somewhere, but it's been a while since I looked at those for the layout, if that's possible. I think that's all.
Thank you. I have a comment I'd like to make about the glass display case, and
Sure.
I haven't really made any statements about this, but I've given it a lot of thought.
Mhm.
The artifacts that are currently on display in the township building, these have been given by township residents.
Mhm.
And the Historical Society is the caretaker only of these artifacts. And my feeling is that these artifacts, which are the history of this township, I think they should be on display in a public setting for everyone to see. And I know that by taking them across the road and putting them all in one building in one place is like putting all your eggs in one basket. And if there's any kind of catastrophe across the street, you lose everything. So I think it would be a good idea to keep some of the artifacts in the township building and at the same time keep some of them across the street. And I actually thought of a timely solution that I think would meet everyone's desires to possibly get everything moved out of the one case and free it up for Park and Rec by the end of the year. And that would be to build another display case to match the existing wood in the township building, place it in the lobby where the public could see all these publicly donated artifacts, and it would hopefully free up that glass case by the end of the year for Park and Rec, which is what they want. And I would just ask for, in a public meeting, the support of my fellow supervisors for that to happen. So with that, I'll open it up to comments or questions by the other supervisors.
I'd be happy to make a comment on this, Mr. Collingwood. Okay, Kaiser. The Historical Society went on their own and created a 501c3 because they didn't want the township to be controlling their money. And you are very aware of that situation. And for all of these years that those things were put in the township there, the Park and Rec has done without those cases. So the request from the Park and Rec is not unreasonable to give back the cases. This should have happened years ago, and it didn't happen. They're not asking for both of them; they're asking for one.
Right.
And I do believe, my personal opinion is those artifacts should be across the street, since we gave the house to the Historical Society, the township. They should be keeping them over there with anything they have that is associated with the historic nature of historic artifacts, pictures, whatever it is. That's what my belief is. And this should have happened a long time ago, not now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, my turn. The artifacts, as stated earlier, belong to the township. The Historical Society is just responsible to keep them for us. And I believe I would love to see some of those artifacts displayed in the lobby. No one ever goes back into the meeting room unless they're there for a meeting. I think the display in the lobby would be a great idea, because in fact, lots of people come into the lobby. If you go to some other townships like Taliesin, they have artifacts everywhere in all of their rooms, all their buildings. I just think that's a great idea. And that's my opinion.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Mr. Rice, anything else?
I think we're really only looking for 2 shelves. I mean, we have some things that we'd like to share. So, I mean, the goal is to, I mean, we've been in the meeting room for the last 6, 7 months.
I know
So
that. My question to you was, is there anything else on your report tonight?
Sorry.
No, we fully, the supervisors and the Historical Society both support your request and have, and will continue to do so.
Okay.
With that said,
No. I'm not done yet, Mr. Chairman. When are we going to move that? When are we going to move the stuff out of that case?
well, my idea was to have it moved out by the end of the year if we can get another set of cases to move things into the lobby. I mean, that room is not being used right now for anything. I'm not quite sure what is gained by having them by the end of the year, because no one can go in that room and see anything. There's no public meetings.
The Park and Rec has public meetings there since May. We've been having public meetings there.
And that includes how many people?
I guess it's not the point, it's the principle. I guess that's where I would go back and forth and be like, this is the 7th time, seven times I've asked in the last year and a half.
Right. Well,
I mean, that's why we're just trying to get a date, and we can't even get a date.
I think you got a date.
A date was given at last month's meeting.
Correct. But there was an if statement. That's why I guess I question.
Greg, I'm sorry, I missed what you said, Greg.
There was a date given.
Okay.
There was March 31st. May 31st. Sorry, May 31st.
Mr. Kaiser, are you finished?
For now, yes.
All right, thank you. With that said, we'll look for a motion to approve the Park and Rec report.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second it. Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, the Park and Rec report is approved as presented. With that, we'll move on to the commission reports. Chief.
Good evening, supervisors. I have the November Chiefs report for you. This Chiefs report covers the stats and information from October of 2021. During that period in October, we responded to 762 calls for service. Of those calls for service, 338 of them were in East Rock Hill Township, and 424 of them were in West Rock Hill Township. The department handled 26 traffic crashes. 14 of them were in East Rock Hill, and 16 were in West Rock Hill. 17 of them were reportable crashes, and 9 of them were non-reportable crashes. Criminal activity reports. We had 8 Part 1 crimes reported and 35 Part 2 crimes, totaling 43 crimes for the month of October. Your Part 1 crimes are your more serious index crimes, as they're called, or your violent crimes, while your Part 2 crimes are your less severe crimes. So our reported crimes and reports handled by the officers for East Rock Hill, we had 1 simple assault, 1 theft over $200, 2 fraud reports, 3 criminal mischiefs, 2 narcotics possessions, 2 liquor law violations, 2 harassment violations, and 2 dog law calls. For West Rock Hill, we had 1 burglary, 5 theft reports, 1 criminal mischief, 1 harassment, 1 DUI, 1 disorderly conduct, 2 harassments. I'm sorry, that would make 3 harassments, 1 trespass, and 5 dog law violations. Criminal charges that were filed for the month of October: possession of narcotics or drugs, 2 DUI charges, 1 harassment charge, 2 charges of possession of drug paraphernalia, 1 charge of stalking, 3 charges of theft, 1 receiving stolen property charge, and 2 underage drinking arrests. Other police activities for the month of October: we did 310 traffic enforcement details, issued 33 traffic citations, 55 traffic warnings. We conducted 37 school checks, 100 park checks, and 17 foot patrols. So far for the year of 2021, at the end of October, we responded to 7,677 calls for service, 221 traffic crashes, 343 yearly offenses have been reported, and we filed 103 criminal charges. Also, drug take-back was conducted on October 23rd.
Right.
A little light this year. We got about 50 pounds of drugs dropped off at both police headquarters and also at Grandview Hospital. But the total county drug take-back program collected over 9,374 pounds of drugs. So that's a pretty good haul of getting those drugs into the right hands and getting them destroyed in the proper manner. And the last thing I have is we are still participating in the Toys for Tots drive. I believe this is an annual thing that the police department does, where you can drop off your toys. We'll donate them to the Marine Corps, and they'll get them to the children who are in need of them. And we're doing that until December 9th. And that would be the November Chiefs report.
Thank you, Chief. Any questions or comments by the Board of Supervisors?
I have none.
One comment. I have
Yes,
one
sir.
comment. Thank you, thank you, Chief. Job well done. Appreciate it.
You're welcome, Mr. Kaiser. Thank you.
With that said, I have a motion to approve the police report
I'll make a motion.
and a second. I'll second it.
I'll-
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Chief for police report is approved as presented. We'll now move on to the Joint Rec Authority report. Mr. Jim Miller.
I only have 2 items tonight. I sent a copy of the preliminary budget for the Joint Rec Authority to the supervisors and to the manager, just for any comments you had. Or if you wanted to get back to me on those comments before our next meeting, that would be fine. Other than that, I do have one thing to report, and that is that I had reported we were okay this year with money, and I've been checking I've had Sellersville financial people that are monitoring this for us check every month, and then last 2 days ago they came back and said they got a bill in that they weren't expecting, and the bill's for $4,000 for our liability insurance, and I'm here tonight to ask if the township would put $2,000 in toward that, and Sellersville will put in the other $2,000 so that we can pay the bill.
I have a question, if I may, Mr.
Sure.
Chairman.
Jim Miller, and I have a question as well.
Okay.
Okay. You want to go first?
Yeah, my question, Mr. Miller, is you said that they were not expecting this. That seems like a little bit of a surprise to me. I mean, if they know that they've had this insurance for years, and I think according to the documentation you presented or shared with us, that they paid half this bill like in June or July, and they knew they had this outstanding bill. Like, what happened that this happened to slip through the cracks? And you may not be able to answer that. It just seems incredible to me that they wait till November of the year to say it's due in 2 days or 2 weeks, and we need the money now.
They just got in the second payment, which wasn't the November payment. Excuse me. I thought it had all been paid previously. They got the bill in and sent it to me, and it's due on the 27th of November. I was not aware that this had not been paid before, so I can't answer the rest of your question. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
They handle all of our finances for the Joint Rec Authority. Mr. Kaiser, you had a question?
Yes.
Yes, I do. And that was along the same the first one was along the same lines as that. Is this an installment or is this the entire bill? The 4,000.
It's my
Sorry,
impression that this was an installment, but I don't have that answer for you right now.
Yeah, so I'm confused on why we wouldn't have known that then. If this is an installment, we would know. The other thing I want to ask is, at the polls, you were telling people that the Joint Rec Authority had $9,000 in the bank, that you had a great year. What happened to that $9,000 if we need to have pay this bill that's $4,000 and something outstanding? I don't know what happened to it. Maybe you don't either. I just would like to ask.
I do know what happened to it, Jay. It was in September we had 9,000. Actually, in October we had still very close to that. There were some bills that came in for the closing of the pool. All the work that had to be done to close it, and our final electric bills come in, our phone bills came in. We had salaries to finish up. There was just a whole lot of things that came in at the end of the year. I have a complete list of all the bills that were paid if you would like to see that.
Yeah, I thought at the October meeting you announced that we had $9,000 after all the bills were paid. Maybe I'm wrong.
That was my impression at the time, Jay.
Okay. Yeah.
But I do have a list of all the bills. Yeah.
As far as the other requests there, I saw an email that they were requesting $20,000 more.
Yes. Sellersville is, yes.
Yeah, well, that's just their request. That's Sellers were requesting that. I believe the township, under your and Dave's authority, gave them $19,000 extra in February or January, and the normal $13,000 we give. So far we've given $22,000, and if you want $2,000 more, that's $24,000, and they want $20,000 more. Where does it stop? That's my question. Where does it stop, and how much money is needed to give here? The intent was, we thought, that the pool would function on its own, and the monies that we contribute were to be used for improvements. So I am concerned about the request for that money. I know that the township does not have to give any of that money, and I certainly would not support giving any more money at this time. Thank you.
Okay. The Holiday House pool is there for the citizens. There's a lot of children that come and use that pool all summer who can't afford to, go to their own private pool and whatever. This is a community pool, and you will not find a community pool that does not have to spend a lot of money by the townships and boroughs. So anyway, if the board is not in favor of it, then just tell me that, or if we can vote on it, then that would be fine too. And I'm only talking about the $2,000. I'm not talking about the $20,000 that Sellersville recommended we up the annual amount to. That
Right.
I'm already aware of.
I understand that. I wanted to be sure that we clarified that they're looking for an increase in the annual line item budget that we have in our budget for the pool of $13,000 a year. They're looking for an increase in that up to 20, but they've never had a discussion with us about that.
That's correct.
And it's probably way past due time that we start to get together with the borough and the township, and we sit down and have some discussions and talk about these ahead of time. I think the issue tonight is do we want to put up an extra $2,000 to make the joint authority whole for this year to finish all their finances as a community pool and move forward in 2022?
That's correct. And I also mentioned in my note to my fellow supervisors that the Joint Rec Authority has requested that the township and the borough get together and talk about the future of the pool. There's a lot of issues there right now that need to be addressed. The pool's 50 years old. It's time to take a new look at it and decide how it's going to move forward. And I think that meeting should be scheduled probably sometime in January or February. And I think the two managers for the borough, or the manager for the borough, the manager for the township, should get together and put together an agenda. That was my recommendation.
I agree. I actually will tell you that I would support putting up this extra $2,000 right now and put this behind us, and then we move forward with a new year and a new authority, a new borough manager, and we get it right moving forward.
Well, then I guess I will make a motion to give the Joint Rec Authority, if I'm permitted to do that, $2,000. Am I permitted to do that since I'm on the Joint Rec Authority?
I'll make the motion.
Okay.
And I'll look for a
Yes.
second.
The answer to that question is yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, David made a motion. Okay. I will second the motion.
Thank you. Any comments or questions by the Board of Supervisors? On that
Yes. Well, I'll give my comments later at another time. I'm fine.
We can move forward then. We have a motion. We have a second to give the Joint Rec $2,000 to make them whole for this year, and that'll be the last money that we'll give them in 2021. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay. And the reason being is we already gave them $22,000 this year.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, then 2-1, the motion is approved. Mr. Miller, anything else on the Joint Rec Authority at this time?
Nothing else. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll make I'll need a motion. I'll make the motion to approve the Joint Rec Authority report as presented. I need a second.
I'll second.
We have a second. All those in favor of approving the Joint Rec Authority report signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay. Motion is, or the Joint Rec Authority report is approved as presented. We'll move on to the tax collector's report. Is Suzanne Clark here?
Yes, I am.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Okay, for annual taxes for the month of November, I've collected $2,670.84. Also, a streetlight tax of $35.61. That's my collections for the month. The one thing I wanted to tell everyone that third installments are due for real estate taxes. If you did pay but with the installment plan at Penridge School District, the third installment is due by December the 15th. And all taxes should be satisfied by the end of the year to my office. If you opt to pay after December 15th, please note that I can only accept the bank certified check or a money order. And as usual, no cash is accepted in my office as of now, or as of many years. But that's all I have.
Thank you. Any questions or comments by the Board of Supervisors?
None.
Okay.
I have none.
Hearing none, we'll look for a motion to approve the tax collector's report.
I'll make a motion.
I will second that. All those in favor of approving the tax collector's report as presented signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. The report is approved. We'll now move on to the engineer's report. Mr. Bala.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The only item I have under the report is the Butter Creek Builders Lot 7 subdivision. They were running out of their last time extension, but this week Mr. Snyder did provide another 180-day extension. So there's no action required other than the board acknowledging that we received the extension. That's all I have.
Thank you. So it's in our minutes. We've acknowledged that. Any comments or questions by the Board of Supervisors on the engineer's report?
I have none.
No, I don't.
All right, we'll look for, I'll make a motion to approve the engineer's report. May I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, thank you. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 The engineer's report, therefore, is approved as presented. We'll move on to solicitor's report. Solicitor Everly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The only item under the solicitor's report is the approval of a resolution for the Hamburger Land Development. At last month's meeting, you reviewed the plans of the Hamburger family who wanted to add an addition onto their non-residential building. We've prepared a resolution that reflects the conditions set forth in Steve Balla's review letter. The applicant has agreed to all of those conditions, and the matters before you. If you want to adopt the resolution, you would do so by making a motion to adopt resolution 2021-09.
I'll make that motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Mr. Kaiser. Do we have any comments or questions by the board? Yes. You have a
No
comment,
comments.
Mr. Kaiser? No comments. Okay, so we have a motion. We have a second to approve the resolution 09. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Okay, the motion is approved. As stated, solicitor, anything else
I have nothing else.
at this point? Okay, thank you very much. Did we lose everyone, or am I here by myself? There we go. We're looking
We're
for a second to approve the solicitor's report.
I'll second it.
Thank you. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you. The solicitor's report is approved as presented. We'll move on to the township manager's report. Mr. Lippincott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The first item is authorized legal action, notice of violations, Homestead Campground. In your packets are two notices of violations for Homestead Campground. One is for not getting permits for expanding impervious surface. The second one is for doing electrical work without electrical permits. I would like the Board of Supervisors to authorize the Township Solicitor's Office to get involved and take legal action against Homestead Campground.
I will make a motion.
Go ahead.
Said I will make a motion to authorize.
Authorize the solicitor to take legal action. Do we have a second
Yes.
for that? I will make the second, hearing the motion made by Mr. Miller. Are there any questions or comments? Mr. Lippincott, the campground, they've been notified more than one time, correct?
Yes, they have received two regular letters letting them know that they were in non-compliance before the notice of violation was sent. So they got two letters and then they got the notice of violation. So they're well aware of it. I've also posted a stop work order because of the electrical issues out there.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions by the board? All right, hearing none, we have a motion and a second to authorize the solicitor to move forward. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Thank you. Opposed? None. You have your authorization. Moving on, Mr. Lippincott.
All right, the second item is authorization for the advertisement of the 2022 budget.
Yep.
The first question always is there any proposed new taxes? There are no proposed new taxes. Once again, West Rock Hill Township is the lowest in the county. of any municipality with a full-time police force at 7.25 mils. It is a great testament to the fine work the Board of Supervisors do. So no new tax increases. And the 2022 budget, there will be $280,000, 66 will be allocated for road repair in 2021. The year before was 411,322. But what we are proposing is a new salt shed for about $90,000. That is something that is much needed in the township. The third item is the Holiday House pool was budgeted at $13,000 for 2022. And the Penn Ridge Regional Police is at 1.1,727,000. That's pretty much it. Other than that, those are the projects for next year. All you're doing is authorizing it for advertisement. I'll put it up on the website. People can come in and inspect it. It will not be adopted until next month's meeting.
Thank you. Any comments or questions for the Board of Supervisors?
I have one comment, Mr. Chairman.
You may.
I'd like to commend Greg. You did a great job on the budget. Appreciate it. Thank you.
As always. Thank you. So I'll make a motion to authorize the advertisement of the 2022 budget. Looking for a second.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Mr. Kaiser. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you. Mr. Lippincott, you may advertise the budget. Moving on.
Thank you. The next item is appointment of a full-time public works person. James Chavu went from full-time to part-time, put out an ad for applicants. We probably got about 50 applicants, interviewed 3 of them. After interviewing 3 of them, I am going to recommend that Christopher Bear be a full-time public works person. If the board has any questions or concerns.
I have none.
I have none.
You're the manager and you're going to have to manage this person. And I'm sure that you did your homework and you have the right person. So yeah, I will make a motion to authorize.
What I would need is a motion from the Board of Supervisors to hire Christopher Bear pending a criminal background check, a driver's license check, and CDL mandatory drug testing.
So moved.
I'll second it.
All right, so we have a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
There you have it. Okay, Mr. Lippincott, another item, please.
The other item, from time to time, the Board of Supervisors asked me for status of the litigation with Adelphia and the cost that has been involved. And so far, to date, the township has spent $241,833.80 on the Adelphia lawsuits.
Wow. Could we get some input from our solicitor on this? What
In terms of where we are in terms of
what's
how
going on and where we are, and obviously your professional opinion on some things.
Well, you have 2 main branches of litigation that you're engaged in right now. The first branch is the appeal of the FERC, the Federal Energy Commission, issuance of a permit to allow the compressor station to be constructed. And that appeal has been made to the courts. There was recently oral argument in front of the DC Circuit Court of Appeals, and you're waiting for a decision on that. The other branch of the litigation involves an appeal from the issuance of an air quality permit by DEP. The argument that we made through your attorneys, Doug Blasey et al., and that the citizens group made is that the Environmental Hearing Board said that if the decision on the air quality permit had to be made by FERC. So we appealed that decision, and the Commonwealth Court ruled in the resident in our favor, saying that no, the Environmental Hearing Board had to make that decision. Instead of that matter going to the Environmental Hearing Board, an appeal was taken to the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania, and your attorneys have filed an answer to that petition for allowance of appeal. But also, the Adelphi has filed suit in the Middle District of Pennsylvania federal court, in which they're asking for a stay of the matter or an injunction, which, like, after a lot of discussion, we joined. When you look at, and we had a nasty letter from the attorneys who Greg and I have been working for the last 6 to 8 months, trying very hard to reduce the costs and to find ways to keep the legal expenses down. And so we've been going over these bills and been in discussions with your attorneys regarding the best way to go over the bills and to reduce the bills. And you're spending an awful lot of money on the Environmental Hearing Board Air Quality Middle District of Pennsylvania lawsuit. At the same time, the Citizens Group is also spending an awful lot of money on that. If you're looking for ways to reduce the money that you're spending on this piece of litigation, it would be my suggestion that the branch of litigation that could be trimmed is the air quality permit branch. That you probably, in the last bill you got was $14,000. To the best of my knowledge, that was the last bill we received. It was $14,000, and there was probably over 30 hours spent just on that litigation. I'm not saying that the air quality permit isn't important. Of course it is. But if you're looking to allocate scarce resources in a manner that is most efficient, the air quality permit tangent of litigation has mushroomed into a very expensive proposition, and it is a component part of the ability of Adelphia to address that compressor station. The FERC permit is the heart and soul of it. So, and the FERC permit at this point, you're waiting for a decision from the Court of Appeals that could come in a month, or it could come in 6 months. I don't know when it will come. I would guess sooner rather than later. But if you're looking for a recommendation from me, and Greg and I have talked about this, on the best way to reduce expenses, it would be to end your involvement in the state court issues.
Any comments, Mr. Kaiser, Mr. Miller?
Yes, I have one, if I may, Mr. Chairman.
You may.
I think I heard our solicitor indicate that the Citizens Group is also involved in a lawsuit with the air quality permit. Why would there, if we wanted to save some money, wouldn't it be right to reduce that litigation? And because I assume that the Citizens Group is still going to be involved in that. And I will also share, as you folks already know, I have been paying attention. They're not stopping working. I mean, I don't know where we're going with this, and who knows how much money that is. I see equipment going in and out of there all the time. I see materials, concrete trucks. I don't know. We haven't done anything to stop them or to slow them down, from my opinion. And I would love for somebody to tell me that I'm wrong. I just think that we have to decide at some point in time, and I think this would be a good idea to cut some of the funding, to at least slow down and wait for that decision from FERC. Those are my comments. I'm only one person out of the three of us, though.
Mr. Miller, do you have anything you want to say?
Well, just building on what both of you said, I think we need to focus on FERC. The federal The federal suits are much more important in my mind because they cover the bigger issue.
My personal feeling is there's a duplication of effort here with the air quality permit, and I think it's fiscally responsible for us to decide there's a better way to deal with this. And as the solicitor has said, the FERC is it's the cornerstone. It's the one that's going to go or no go. It's not so much the air quality permit. And I guess we need a motion to suspend. Solicitor, I want to get the wording correct on this. How would you suggest that be worded?
I would suggest that if you're going to accept the staff recommendation, it would be a motion to advise special counsel for the Adelphia matter to withdraw from the opposition and involvement in the cases in front of the Environmental Hearing Board, the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania, and the Middle District of Pennsylvania. You would need to take public comment on that motion.
We can do that right now.
Do you need the motion first?
I was going to say we should make the motion first. Mr. Kaiser?
I'd be happy to make that motion to the wording that Mary just spelled out or laid out for us.
I will second that motion, and now we'll ask for public comment.
I have public comment. This is Cliff Cole, Shoecraft
Name and address, please.
Cliff Cole, Shoecraft Road, and I represent the citizens group that was just mentioned. Can I proceed?
You may.
I would respectfully like to ask the board, the supervisors, to not rule on this tonight. I do agree it's killing us too. We're having to pay legal fees. There were a lot of bills that came out of the federal suit, but why don't we just wait for the ruling of that? Why can't you just wait until we get, we have worked together on this. It's, I think your lawyers are overcharging you. That's my opinion. That doesn't help, I guess. But I just respectfully ask that you don't vote on this tonight and that we wait for the Supreme Court to rule and on the clean air permit. Mary did a very good job of explaining that situation. We won the case, and this is a deliberate tactic by Adelphia to create just this kind of issue for us. And yes, they are accelerating their construction so that they can show that they've got it done. But look, Penn East was stopped, and they spent the same company, the same holding company, spent a hell of a lot of money on Penn East before Penn East was stopped. So please research that. These people this didn't happen in this township, but they just released about, I forget what the number is, 300 tons of gas so that they could do construction on Adelphia. If they can afford to release that much gas, is there really a market for this gas if they're going to release all that just into the atmosphere? And this has happened during the climate accord. So come on, let's not lose faith here, and let's believe in the process. The clean air permit is a state matter. We are part of the state, the DEP. So table this for a week, table this for a month. Let's see what happens. Maybe you guys can call up the congressman and try to get
2.5 minutes are up.
All right, try to get this federal judge to rule on our dismissal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. Having heard his comments, are there any other comments?
Yes, Charles Dietzel again, 1025 Indian Rock Road. Just a quick couple of questions. Who do I talk to review these plans relative to the Indian Rock development?
Well, we're talking about the compressor station right now.
Oh, okay. I thought that was
So
done.
there'll be a public comment on item number 13. You have a chance.
Okay, that's what I thought we were. Excuse me.
Thank you. So any other comments on the Adelphia discussion litigation?
My computer's telling me that a Christine Perfect wants to ask a question.
Christine.
Perfect?
It's Christine Shelley. Sorry, guys.
Okay,
it's
Christine,
the way my
we need
iPad's
a
set
name.
up.
We need a name and an address, and you have a limited amount of time.
Thank you. This is Christine Shelley at 50 Wayland Road. I'm 1,400 feet away from the Adelphia compressor station, as a lot of you already know. I just want to say that I agree with Cliff. Can we wait for the judge's decision to come down? We've been fighting this, and this is what Adelphia wants to do to bleed us dry. Tide is going to turn. We know the scientists have talked about climate change. 2 years ago, before COVID hit, the scientists recommended that we need to reduce emissions by 7.6% per year for the next decade to cap the 1.5 degree temperature increase. That's the minimum, and we have not done that. Emissions continue to increase. I implore you to please just wait until the judge decides. Why would you put all of this money and effort and time and energy into this and then not wait for the decision? Can we wait for the decision to come down? The tide is going to turn on this. This is not sustainable. And I think that our children and our grandchildren will thank us for saving, the water, the air. I mean, I know that they're moving ahead, but there is a compressor station up in Massachusetts, I believe, that was built 6 years ago and is still not operational. This is not the time to give up. That's what they want. I ask the board to please consider just putting this off for another month. Why do you've invested all of this money? Why give up now before a decision even comes down? It just seems rash to move ahead at this point and just give up. Please put this, let's continue this discussion for another month. It can't hurt to continue this discussion for another month, please. And that's all of my comments. Respectfully, thank you so much for all of your effort up until now. It has been wonderful working with the township, and I'm proud of West Rock Hill. Can't say the same for Richland. Thank you. That's the end of my comments.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments? Public comments on this?
Looks like John Swearduck has his hand. He should unmute his mic.
Yes, I did. Thank you. This is John Swearduck, 715 Ridge Valley Road. I would also like to agree with Mr. Cole. I think it's probably prudent at this point to wait for the judge's decisions prior to making a decision to stop. If you stop now, it essentially negates the money that you've already spent. But by waiting for judge's decisions, I think it gives you a potential clearer stopping point. And part two of that would be, is it possible to estimate what the going forward cost would be if you continued all the way through to the end? That's the end of my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments?
Ariana has her hand up. Ariana, unmute your mic.
Hi there, Ariana Alinich, 2755 Route 412 in Springfield Township. And I just wanted to say, Greg, you can negate my public comment. I'll just enter it at this time. But basically, as a resident of Springfield Township, I'm aware of an incident that occurred recently on October 2nd, where Adelphia Gateway vented approximately 145 tons of natural gas from its pipeline directly into the atmosphere in my township here in Bucks County, just a bit upstream from West Rock Hill Township. And a representative from Adelphia Gateway reported that this venting release was due to the work at the Quakertown compressor station site. They had stated to representative from the DEP that they had nowhere else to put the gas. And my concern is that if the company behind this project doesn't have the wherewithal to responsibly dispose of their gas, how are we to be assured that they responsibly intend to maintain this pipeline, intend to do adequate reporting to the agencies responsible for regulating this project? And I just want to say, as a resident of Springfield Township that's upstream and directly impacted by this very concerning pipeline, actually, I'm grateful for the continued persistence of the West Rock Hill Township Board of Supervisors in advocating for the best interests, health, and welfare of our communities. Thank you so much for your persistence with regards to this really important issue that impacts communities beyond just West Rock Hill Township.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, Anthony Bogner, if I could be recognized.
Anthony, is it about the Adelphia litigation?
Yes, correct.
Okay, we need your name and address.
Anthony Bogner, 2920 Clymer Avenue.
You have the floor.
I'd like to thank you for allowing public comment in regards to this and not at the end of the meeting, because a vote on this, I think, is pretty important. That I think that all the supervisors need to know, and that I appreciate the opportunity to public comment at the end of this segment is what I'm saying. So I thank you for allowing that.
Thank you, Tony.
Yes.
Any other public comments? Mr. Lippincott?
I do not see any others.
All right, there is a motion on the floor, but having heard the comments, I'd just like to circle back to our solicitor for just one more chance for her to give us, the board, her thoughts on this.
Yes, there were two issues that were a recurrent theme in the and I don't know whether this tilts you, which way this would even tilt you. The motion or the petition for allowance of appeal to the Supreme Court was just filed within the last couple months. The answer was just filed maybe 2 months ago. It can take sometimes a year or more, 9 months at least, sometimes a year and a half, before the Supreme Court decides on whether or not it's going to hear a case after aliquot or a petition for allowance of appeal is filed. It is probably one case in every 10 in the seminars that I've gone to where the appellate judges tell attorneys what happens when we file our petitions for allowance of appeal. Maybe one case in 10 gets heard by the Supreme Court, and it has to be a novel issue. I don't know if that makes it more or less attractive to wait. My only fear in waiting is that we never expected, and what Mr. Cole and the other commenters have said is absolutely true. Adelphia is trying to make it very, very expensive for you to remain in this litigation, but they're succeeding. And we never expected that there would be an ancillary case filed in the Middle District of Pennsylvania, but there has. And you've probably spent $20,000 on that in the last 3 months, or gotten billed for $20,000 worth of work in the last 3 months. And the citizens are paying, I don't know what their bills are, but they're paying for basically the same work to happen. So it is possible that in the time, the 12, 13 months that it takes to have the Supreme Court rule on this, you could face additional bills. I think those are the points that people made that I understood why they were saying just wait for the court's decision. It's going to be a while before the court decides. It's going to be not super likely that the court actually hears the case. And there is an opportunity for Adelphia to keep filing papers and make it more difficult.
Thank you. Any other comments by any of the Board of Supervisors? Mr. Kaiser, you have a motion on the floor. You still stand by that motion?
I do.
I do. Okay, thank you. And I seconded it, and I stand by my second, so we will take a vote. I may not get the wording correct on this, so I will just defer back to the solicitor, but the motion on the floor, as she presented it, that was made by Mr. Kaiser and seconded by Mr. Collingwood, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? So it is unanimous for the record. Thank you. Thank you, Solicitor. Mr. Lippincott, anything else?
No, that is all I have for the manager's report.
Okay, with that said, I'll look for a motion. I'll make the motion to approve the manager's report as presented. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Mr. Kaiser. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you. The manager's report is approved as presented. We'll move on to old business. Anyone? Mr. Kaiser?
I have none.
I have 3 items. I'd like to maybe get the township engineer involved in this one, the first one. And I talk about this not as a citizen, not as a resident of Barnt Road, but there are a lot of trucks. And when I'm talking trucks, Mr. Kaiser, you'll appreciate this. I'm talking about 63-foot trailer trucks coming off of 309, trying to make their way to the PP&L substation on Jesmont Road. And I think they're following GPS, and they're actually coming off of the Ridge Road onto Gold Mine. And instead of making an immediate left on the Simmons, which would take them right down to Jesmont in the substation, they're going down Gold Mine Road and coming around on Barnt Road, which is best is 16 feet wide, which has 2 blind turns on it. And when they get to the intersection of Barnt and Simmons, it's actually almost impossible for them to make a right-hand turn. They try, they go back and forward and backward and forward. They end up driving in people's yards, not mine, but across the street. They have repeatedly damaged township property. They've taken chunks out of the culvert. They have destroyed stop signs. They've destroyed the chevrons. What can I just, Mr. Bala, I guess we'll start with you and ask you what can possibly be done, because I've seen some places where they'll have signs that prohibit trucks over a certain length or can directional signs be put up, something to get these trucks to, and I know I've talked to Mr. Lippincott about this. He's talked to the quarry about it, and these are contract drivers that are just doing their job. How is it possible to control this? Because they're destroying township property.
Mr. Chairman, we can do it. It's a pretty basic, and they call it an engineering traffic study, but it's a fairly basic study to justify posting certain roads for no trucks. And it has to do with a lot of the issues that you raised, the turning radius, the width of roads, and issues along those lines. So it is probably possible for us to post roads with truck restrictions after the appropriate report. As you realize, it doesn't always stop trucks, especially when they're just following their GPS. I guess I could review with the manager and maybe work with PPL if maybe it's worth trying to get them to post some directional signs to leading trucks to the facility instead of leaving the truck drivers up to their own. But we could certainly take a look at the options there.
I think that would help, because if there was one at the top of Simmons Road that indicated that PP&L substation is this direction, the trucks aren't going to continue down Gold Mine. They're actually going to make that left turn and go directly to the substation. Right.
We can certainly look at that with Greg.
All right, thank you. Any one supervisors want to comment on that? Are we okay?
I would, Mr. Chairman. That was going to be my suggestion, and I wouldn't say work with them. I would say we're going to make PP&L pay and mandatory that they're going to put them signs up there. Truck traffic, PP&L truck traffic, substation truck traffic this way, an arrow or something, and then that way, it's to their job. It's going to their job. So I think that we should try and make sure that they do the proper thing there. I agree. I don't know how somebody could make that turn, right-hand turn from Bart Road. That's very difficult, and I've been doing it a long time.
Appreciate your support. Thank you.
Yep.
Second issue I have, it's not an issue, it's just a something else under new business. Over in James Park, there is a one-way sign that was in place when it was a police station over there, and I noticed it's causing a lot of confusion to residents. It serves absolutely no purpose now that the police station has moved. I'd like to see that sign just pulled out of the ground. It's one less thing to have to lawn cut around, and the sign is rusting and hardly even readable at this time. But it's there. It says one way, and it's confusing, especially during September Fest and things like that, with a lot of people using the entire park for parking. So, Mr. Lippincott, can you handle that? Or are there any comments from the other supervisors?
Sounds like a good idea.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I have no issues.
All right, thank you. And the third thing under old business, I'd like to circle back to something that was talked about earlier this evening, and just to bring it to closure, I'd like to make a motion that the township manager research and get an estimate and spend no more than $2,500 max for a display case for the front lobby. And I'm making a motion. I'll look for a second, and we'll go from there.
Well, I will second the motion to have the township manager look at it and get some pricing. Like I said, I think it's a great idea to have artifacts in the lobby. And if that's the way we've got to do it, then let's get some pricing.
Okay, that's my
opinion. Okay, I'm sorry. I wanted to give my opinion, if I may.
Yeah, you may, and then
Good. I don't know why the township would be paying for this. This is something for the historical society. This should be on them, not on the taxpayers of the township. There's 75 members or 80 members for the historical society. There's 6,000 residents of this township. There is no way that the taxpayer should be paying for something like this. And I do not approve. I think that it would be an okay thing to do, but I do not approve of the taxpayers paying this bill at all. Thank you.
Solicitor, you were saying something? You had a comment?
I think the way you were framing it, the way Jim actually framed the proposed action, I think I didn't have a comment.
Okay, so Mr. Miller, would you make that?
I'll make a motion for our manager to go out and get some pricing for a cabinet that would match the other cabinetry in the building, so we know at least what we're talking about here.
I'll second that motion. We good? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye. Nay.
Thank you. Motion is passed. I have no more old business. We'll now move on. Anyone else have any old business? Then we'll move on to new business. I see one item on the agenda.
That would be me. Thank you. This is Jim Miller. 6 years ago, when I joined the Board of Supervisors, I took on the task of being on the Joint Rec Authority. The Joint Rec Authority for West Rock Hill members has always had a supervisor on that board. I took over for John Mann, and John Mann took over for someone before him. And since I will not be in office in January, I have put in my resignation for the Holiday House Joint Rec Authority effective December 31st, so that another member of the Township Supervisors can fill that seat. It's been an honor to serve in that position. Over the last 6 years, we've had a lot of volunteers, a lot of donations. We've done a lot to the pool. And if I could just take a second and say, we've had the parking lot paved by H&K Materials. Tody Bogner came over on more than one occasion with his heavy equipment, dug up pipes, helped us dig out the bottom of the pool, and did so much work for us. The bathrooms have been renovated with donations from a pool member, Mr. Paul Daniels. We purchased a zip line with donations from Terra Vita Holistic Center in Sellersville. We've purchased a professional grade pool table, ping pong table that my wife and I donated. We've had installation of a bocce ball court by the Markley family in honor of Jeff Markley. We've had construction of a personalized cornhole toss by our township tax collector, Suzanne Clark. There was a yard-sized 4-square game purchased by Mr. Bruce Markley. And there were so many donations given by local businesses for prizes on our Thursday afternoon bingo games. I'm just so thankful for all the residents and the people that worked at the pool to help make this happen. Also want to thank all the volunteers who spent many days every spring, helping to clean and scrape and paint the pool, paint the buildings, paint the fencing, paint the tables, and paint all the railings. It's people like that that keep the pool going for 50 years. And I promise you, I will never forget about your generosity. So that's all I had to say. Thank you.
I would like to say that you've done a great job for 6 years. And you've accomplished quite a bit. And I think you're more appreciated than you may realize. And I would personally ask you to think about reconsidering. And I mean, you've done so much, and you're so important to the success of that operation. Maybe not make that decision tonight, but at least before the end of the year, give it some time and some thought.
May I add something to Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, you may, certainly.
Okay. I would just like to add as well, Jim has done a great job, and I don't think the pool will be in the shape that it is if it wouldn't be for him having a lot of input and time and effort into it. But I do want to make something clear. It is not mandatory. It is not mandatory for the Joint Rec Authority to have a supervisor on there. You do not have to be a supervisor to be on there. I just want to make that clear, okay? If you were thinking that is why you had to resign, that is not the case. Just wanted to make that clear for everyone to know publicly. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Jay. I'm aware of that, but I know that when it was first started, the supervisors were concerned about not having a voice on there, and I support that. And I realize it's not mandatory for me to leave, but I also believe it should be one of the supervisors that should be in that seat. And I'm glad I had that opportunity. So that's my final word on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Any other one wish to say anything about new business? With that, we'll move on to public comment. If you have a public comment, please state your name and address. And you have 2.5 minutes.
Yes, Charles Dietzel again, Indian 1025 Indian Rock Road.
You're on the clock. Thank you.
Thank you. And I wonder who I need to talk to relative to reviewing these plans. Is it Greg that I go through, or who is the person I go through?
Yeah, you would go through me. I'll send them to you by end of the day Friday for sure. I'm going to try to get them to you tomorrow, but usually after the Board of Supervisors meeting, it's a busy day. So I'll get them definitely by the end of the day Friday.
That's fine. Yeah, I'm going to continue to pursue this issue. I'm going to talk to the state representative. I believe Craig Statt is the state representative here in Bucks County. And I'm also going to pursue this with the Bucks County Board of Commissioners. I'm just going to keep on doing this until I get a resolution. Plan on being on this agenda. and hopefully we have a resolution. And one last thing, different subject, with regards to the budget. It's nice to keep things the same year to year, but in today's economic environment, somebody should be thinking about reducing the tax burden on taxpayers, not keeping it flat. Come up with a plan to reduce it 5% or 10% and see what needs to get cut out. Keeping it flat in today's environment is not acceptable. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Any other public comments? Mr. Lippincott, do you have anyone?
I don't see any others.
All right. I'm hearing none. That said, I'll look for a motion for adjournment to the executive session.
I'll make that motion.
I will second it. All those in favor of adjourning the meetings signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right.
Aye. Thank you, folks, for coming out. See you in December, and we'll move on to executive session. Thank you.
I will send the link.
Thanks.